ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say. Nice and kind, leading cobalt ice. He's a blue, cute, and deadly little guy. Sing through the fog, old gods he's slain. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go 7, go 7, go 7, go 7. Go7, king of the game. I believe in you, that's what he'll say.
Alright, there we go. No longer a muted penguin. Don't know why Streamlabs has to do that. Just selects a random, non-existent list of digits that is apparently the mic it wants to use. Audible penguin, yeah. Yeah, fiddling around with my translator. Hello. Yeah, I'm facing 3 threats. Yeah, 3 people were bullying the poor innocent penguin. I am feeling much better. It was not a fun time. So many bases. I know, right? If only player 2 could be player 1, game would just end. So as many people will know, I've been a very busy penguin. So for all but one of these games, I had absolutely no prep, and then the one I did have prep in, it was 2 turns of prep. It was so Advanced Wars has definitely been taking a back seat as I've been doing stuff. You don't understand how the FTA works on this map? Yeah, so these are just properties. Because player 1 starts capturing them before they can build stuff, so it's just the income. And then player 2 will be ahead on this base, but player 1 will be ahead on this base. Let's see here. I'm not sure if the FTA. I'm sure the turn advantage all balances out. The Sami victory march could be scary, yeah. Although it's just, I don't think it would work out very well on high funds. Yeah, I mean, Von Bolt and Rachel would not like these black boats for sure. Walker said this Quack Cup was only half as quacky as he could make it go. Everyone is ahead on 1 in the 2 base and the corner base. Player 2 is ahead on the HQ base and the other 2 base. Yeah. I mean, it just to me it looks like player 1 is like super ahead on this front. I could be wrong. In comparison, right? Because player 1 gets to build here, and then this isn't captured yet, and then also gets to start capturing this one first. But then player 2 is super ahead on this front. It's like a double whammy. That's fine. See, I went into this with absolutely no plan. I chose Max because I figured Max would be a safety pick. I didn't even look at the map. So it's a very fun experience. I think the plan that I came, or not really a plan, but I decided that I'd go for the airports fast so I could get more copters, and I think I wanted to get like one of these cities. The Eagle was definitely not allowed. I think Drake was definitely the better pick, just because it's a really, really big map. I mean, Max has got some stuff going. Why no Sami? It's high funds. It's like high tier-ish high funds. Yeah, high funds. Okay. So away we go. Obviously, you gotta start capturing these cities, these bases right away. It would be catastrophic to be like, oh, I can go for this city and then this city. That would be a really bad play, because then player 2 could just build from these bases, and you would be absolutely out of luck. So it's very important that as player 1 you start capturing these right away. It is 4 HQs, but they're so close to the base and there are black boat blockers and everything. I don't think the HQs are really that vulnerable. I don't think you... I mean, I could be wrong. I don't think Sami would ever get an infantry anywhere close to these HQs. So close to the 1 phase. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It still takes 2 turns to set up, and once you're here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, you're already set up to die this stuff on build. Your opponent ran out of time turn 2, so you never got to experience the map. The 4 HQs are a wacky choice. Yeah. I mean, I think effectively these could just be 4 cities, and then... Or like, these could be 3 cities and this be an HQ, and I think the map would play almost exactly the same. There is a missile this game. Okay. So my opponent here is going for the airport right away, and I will as well. It's high fun, so getting as much production going as possible is always going to be a good thing. And then here, a lot of focus is going to be put on just producing as many infantry as possible as you can actually capture stuff. And so giant banks kind of build up. I can't say my opponent's name. My opponent will bully me if I attempt. And if I mess up. Okay, so my opponent does go for an APC here. Which, I don't remember if this APC much done. They probably do. They probably will. But I go for this tank, which I kind of regret, if I remember correctly. I think I would have been happier with this being an infantry. I think my idea was maybe tank to deal with the APC. Try to like harass it out from like going for the really fast comm tower or something. Why isn't... Yeah, you're right. My opponent should be yellow comm. There we go. Much better. Can't make me. Oh, never mind. I went quad tank this turn. I was ready for some tank harassment. I do remember looking at this city in particular and being like, I can definitely harass that city. I definitely needed more of attention on just these surrounding cities at first. It's okay. That's exactly right. Yellow Comet again. Yellow Comet again, or yeah, well, in this game it's Yellow Comet against Cobalt Ice for people who are colorblind. Okay. Get the fast Neo Tank, Copter, Tank. Look, so much money to just burn. You do like the V-boats acting for walls for the HQ. Yeah, they're pretty good. So I think I went with a policy of just ignore the Neo Tank for as long as possible, because I was worried about just getting absolutely crushed by front switching if I like responded to it over here and then it like goes the other way. Instead, spend my money on getting as many copters out there as possible. But anytime the unit counts are just kind of building up, especially if it's kind of building up and there's going to be some like big fights somewhere and some smaller fights elsewhere, global damage is going to be very impactful. So here I go for a harassment. This tank can hit me. I'm not too worried about it. I think I might overcommit to stopping this capture, but that's okay. And then I go down here to try and prevent the same, or actually the same thing can't happen because the tank doesn't show up in time to actually stop me, but to try and protect my capturing infantry. And here I'm getting these anti-airs because I'm very worried about these bases falling to just getting surrounded by air units. So I figure I'll get the anti-airs now, and then if the Neo Tank gets any closer, I can build something to kind of ward it off. Okay. So we do have quite the engagement starting up over here. I do successfully stop the city from being captured, and now the Neo Tank is going to start moving up here and put a lot of pressure on my little skirmish, while also bringing the copter up as well. So not very much is being put on this base down here currently. And at the same time, I'm kind of moving in this direction to threaten this space. But the surrounding captures I've been very kind of lax on, which I'm not a huge fan of my doing for this central base. I feel like the first tank I built didn't actually do that much, and it would have been better to just have another infantry going around and getting some of these captures, the juicy money. the infantry. Okay, now that this Neo tank is kind of close enough to actually threaten my stuff, I'll build a Neo tank of my own over here. It's not so bad for me if my opponent kind of front switches away, because this Neo tank also has a lot of targets to deal with right over here. But I'm already slightly behind in the income right here. Even though I harassed here, I did my opening from this HQ is a little bit worse. I think that's mainly why. I went for this city really quickly because I was the one that's easy to harass, but I don't think it was actually as needed as I thought. And a huge force starts gathering to threaten this poor innocent base that's just been building infantry this whole time. How do I stop myself from accidentally building artillery as max? It's tough. And there's the there's a Drake bomber. I mean, Drake bombers aren't that bad. They don't one shot as much stuff, but if the super happens, then they can. And as you can see, the unit count and unit value has really been stacking up. So the global damage is going to be very impactful. And here I'm going to press the issue over here to do a nice fancy breakthrough. However, I feel like this breakthrough is probably not worth it, because it is going to give me a decent amount of charge, because the anti-airs are going to hit my copters and then that'll kill the anti-airs. But that level of charge is way better for Drake than it is for Max, because I actually have a day-to-day, and Drake doesn't have a very good day-to-day on this map. I mean, the black boats are stronger, I guess, but what he really wants is the charge. So going for engagements like this, if I wasn't against Drake, if it was against someone that didn't have such an impactful super, then this attack would be really good, because I'll end up winning it in the end. But just because I win the engagement doesn't mean, the battle, doesn't mean I'll win the war. Because with the global damage, every little interaction on one place will also impact every other location. I'm a little concerned about this. These guys moving in here. I don't think I am so... I'm maybe a little too chill about it. I'm yeah, whatever. I'll get a mech, and if the Neo tank gets any closer, then I'll build a mega tank. The reason for the mech is because it will be able to be used effectively with these river tiles, and it can also go down to over to this base if need be. That's called foreshadowing, yeah. So the units I've built from my HQ area, they haven't really done too much. They did a little bit of harassment, otherwise they've just kind of been floating around. The copters are actually slowly making their way down to the double base. So yeah, those copters go down. That was all in the plan. And then my opponent is going to kind of squeeze on this double base, both sides. Like so. It's very, very intimidating for this poor little base. But I get to follow through with my plans over here. Get to wipe out all the vehicles, and then sadly I don't get that kill. Or no, that kill didn't matter. I think there was a way I could have gone for something else. That's fine. So I kill off all those vehicles, and I have a nice dominating presence here, but you can see how much charge is generated from that exchange. Okay, and I'm gonna hit this tank because my logic here is I either get to hit this tank now, or I get to be hit by that tank after the super goes off. I think the unit count limit's like 65, probably. Okay. But that's not the range of the missile. 1, 2, 3, 4. It has a range of 4, not a range of 3. So the purpose of this missile, the legendary Max missile. So the Mega Tank is here to stop the Neo Tank from like locking this base down. Like if I just build an anti-air to try and deal with the bomber and double copter, then the super goes off and Drake can clear the way to the base pretty easily, and then kill off my anti-air on the base, and that would just be with the Neo Tank, and I'd just be totally hosed. The problem with the Mega Tank is it only has these 2 tiles to leave its base from, and there's 2 copters here that could go here and here. If I'm remembering correctly, or maybe just here. No. I'm not worried about this spot. I'm worried about this spot. If a copter goes here, then my opponent can just kind of kill off everything that they want over here, and then the Mega Tank can't get through to kill the Neo Tank. The best I would be able to do is move the Mega Tank off down here, and the anti-air would stand on the base and then kill off the copter. And then I'm stuck in that same situation where the Neo Tank can kill off my anti-air. So in order to stop Drake from getting a copter on this tile, I build a missile, which actually has range 4 for max, not range 3. I don't know why it's showing range 3. So that means it covers this tile. So if a copter goes here, the missile can clear it, and then the Mega Tank can get free. Even if it goes copter like that to block, then this anti-air is ready, or maybe this anti-air is also ready to try and clear these air units that might try and block the Mega Tank from reaching. So anyway, that's why I built the Max Missile. It's because there's a threat to block off this base, so I won't be able to defend my outskirts over here and lose a whole bunch of units for free. And the missile is the only thing I saw that could do it. I was very happy about that, because you never see a Max Missile, since Max just has worse indirects, both in damage and in range. However, while the Max Missile... yeah, Max indirects versus Drake Air, exactly. While the Max Missile does do less damage, it still does enough damage to one-shot a copter, and that is very important. I'd be in a lot more trouble if the bomber could reach, but luckily the bomber's just out of range from this tile or this tile. So I found that was a really cool play. And a really good hold, because I think the game would end right there otherwise. Now, there is a really big downside to the Max Missile, and that is it doesn't deal with the attack coming in from the right. Yeah. So the Max Missile can defend this base, But it can only defend that base for 1 turn. If the attack still happens and these guys charge forward, the missile will get taken out. And but the idea is after 1 turn, the mega tank will be out and about, and it will be able to defend. So that 1 turn is all I need. And then here I'm just making sure that this anti-air doesn't get killed off, because it might be needed to kill the bomber. Yeah, fortunately for me, the tanks cannot reach the missile. So it goes for a sack up here to do some nice and reasonable amounts of global damage. You know, I'm at what, 22k? Oh, no, I'm not 20. I'm at 227k. You know, as you do. And the typhoon goes off. And I take, you know, about ish 50,000 in damage. Yeah, what am I getting in compensation? The thing I got in compensation was this fight up here, which is kind of like a counterattack. And then these guys are coming in to help. The problem is, of course, the rain and the global damage will impact this, will slow everything down over here, while also weakening the defenders here. It's just a lot of free damage, as is the global damage way. Okay. So this attack force, even after being hit for 2, if it wasn't for all the rain being really annoying and making the planes more expensive for my vehicles to go over, I'm pretty sure I'd be able to do some really decent attacks in there. I also, of course, have all my captures get delayed because of the global damage. Okay, so the mega tank is now free, so I can now just kind of build anti-airs, and now the missile moves off, and we build another mega tank to hold the line. Yeah, over here it's like I can't really press into this because the units are injured, of course, and then also they're slowed down. I do a really bad job of trying to take this city. I could have done it like very easily if I just brought more stuff to do it, but whatever. You're seeing 2 about to be lost bases. Well, yeah, I do have the max super, so it's not that safe for these guys to engage on these bases right now. The missile did its job. It held the base for the 1 turn it needed to, and at this point it has, you know, it's got its little guardians here. So if my opponent wants to kill off the max missile in vengeance, it has to involve the investment of quite a few vehicles that can then be smacked around by other stuff. Black boats are gonna sink. They're not gonna sink. They can always save each other. I don't know why. I mean, I was so proud of this missile, but my opponent is like going ham to kill it. And then sends in 2 Drake bombers to beat up on my poor innocent mega tank. And then in an act of total desperation, we have tank sacrifice and then a Neo tank hit on the mega tank in order to hit me with just the Drake normal power. Which it doesn't do a ton, but what it does do is make this bomber really, really sad because it's down to 17 fuel. I think there's some more. It makes my air units really, really sad. Overall, I don't think it was a great choice. I think saving up to just hit the super again would be better. I do get very overcharged though. It's true. Yay, we got our the double comm tower. But double comm tower max blast, you can't count it out. These copters are really low on fuel, so I'm not going to be too worried for their safety. We'll zoom on through here. Just casual 4 health mega tanks, 1 shot. Full health tanks with on planes with a power boost. Just max stuff. Whee. This bomber gets to live. Copter's down to 9 fuel. Got that tank. Here I'm just trying to deny the comm tower. Your tank busts in. Let's go beat up some copters. I may regret doing that, but it's fine. This is really sad. Now the bomber's down to 7 fuel. And for some reason in the game, I thought that the bomber would only drain 2 fuel a turn, but that's not true. It drains 5, so it's just a really hosed bomber. That's why I built the APC, because I was like, I can try and save the bomber. Like, well, I think the black boat's good, just save the bomber anyway. The APC, I mean, the APC's fine. Lots of stuff's been losing fuel. I was really happy about this play. I'm down to 500 funds, so the black boats can't charge me to repair health, so it's just a free refuel. Okay. So just max stuff happens down there. You can see the missile, it bought that 1 turn, and that's all it needed to do. It just needed to buy the single turn. Yeah. It does force my opponent to back off over here. And down to quite a, well, not a ton. Down 4k in income currently. I'm up in unit count, but a lot of those units are very, very injured. And those bombers at 0 fuel. It had just enough to make it over and kill this tank. And then here I'm just trying to save everything with this APC down here. We start entering into the stage where we start building up a bunch of units again, which is really bad for me. Just because global damage loves tons of units. But this is mostly just going to happen when you're not actually planning stuff. And I'm not really planning these turns anymore. Like I think the only one I planned was the missile turn. I'm very happy about that one. At this point, I'm just kind of playing because I don't have enough time. My opponent was kind. My opponent did offer to delay their turns in order to give me more time to do other things. But in my experience, if you just let both players... But if one person drains their clock for the other person to have free time, it just ends up with both players having low time. And I don't think that's super fair. So I did not take up my opponent on that. And this is of course a tournament game, so you only get 1 day increment, and you can't pause. So it's very brutal, especially because the games really pile up. I think this is probably a mistake on my opponent's part, although I don't know if they had an anti-air available to do it, but they probably should have killed the bomber, just because the charge, like I do get more charge out of it, but the charge matters more for my opponent. But maybe not. So at this point, it's like, what do I even do? And I decided, you know what, I'm going to try and just kill this corner base, because I do have double mega tank over here already. And there's a whole bunch of stuff I can send down here. I don't really want to attack into this nonsense. Mega tank and anti-airs and mechs with a Drake super that will be threatened to pop up. So I'll just try and go for this corner base. And then try and hold my own. What happens in the case of a draw? Double loss. That's when JJ Empire 64 breaks out the tiebreakers. Attacked my poor innocent mech. I was really happy to see just a tank by here and no air. I was like, maybe I'll be able to collapse on this. There is the problem that this mega tank is actually quite far away, and they are both still injured. So it'll still give plenty of time for my opponent to set up a defense, and then there's also a pretty intimidating force moving in this way, so I have to build my own mega tank over here to hold off this double neo tank threat. So I've got quite a few air units staring down my opponent here, but I'm just a little too slow with this attack. I even like stop to heal this guy up. Probably not worth it. The reason I want the 10 health mega tanks is because max 10 health mega tanks using the super and double a comm tower can basically just one-shot other mega tanks. But I'm not really that close to making it to the super, and it's not very easy for me to get away with sacrificing units to get a super, because my super as max is unit based. It buffs my units. So if I have to lose units to get it, I make my super weaker. Where that's not the same for global damage. Global damage, you can sacrifice all the units you want, and it doesn't impact how strong your super is. Yeah, I have successfully denied this this double comm tower, but again, the unit count and the unit value just keeps going up and up, and that's and right now my opponent is way more income. Well, 8k. It's not, I guess, not that much in this scheme of things here. I go for a very fancy quadruple heal on this Neo tank with black boats. And then there's some guys moving in here, so I'll try and hold just using mega tanks here. I do realize the threat. I'm kind of just hoping that my opponent might get a little scared away, but this does give my opponent an opportunity, because this will just be basically naked mega tanks over here. Nothing to get in the way. So they'll be very vulnerable to being sacrificed into. So at this point, I could either decide to kind of back off from going for the attack over here to hold these other properties, or just kind of hard commit. And I don't have that much time to do stuff, so I just decide I'll just hard commit. You can see just how slow it took, or like it took me forever to actually get any of these units even close to in place. If I was here like a turn earlier, then it'd probably be a different story. The black boats are under threat. It's true. So the idea is, if I can win this fight down here, then this army can always come back and do other things. If the space is completely wiped out, then I'll have just a huge advantage. So I do actually get... So this is pretty, I guess, good to see. I do get quite a few cities from going for this attack, so it is possible that at this point I should just back off. Just be like, well, I got some money out of it, and I should be happy about that. And I think that would probably be the more winning play. But you also get into the situation where the these unit counts get so high that the Drake super is always going to be... It's just getting scarier and scarier with every passing moment. And then here I'm a little worried, because if I build an infantry here, it can get absolutely destroyed by like Neo tanks and anti-airs, and then the base can be sat on by like the fighter. So I have to build the mega tank. I mean, I could probably get away with building a Neo tank, but it would be certainly less impactful than the mega tank could be. And I don't have very good ways of actually protecting myself against like this fighter coming in and being a blocker, or even this copter. So I'm like, well, I'll have to use mega tanks to just not lose. But that does, of course, leave a lot of sacrifices open. Do the double sacrifice down here, and then a double sacrifice over here, and then boom, Drake gets the super. Very bad news for me, because that makes all of these walls a lot easier to break through, like so. And then the units that were hiding, they get to come forward and Take a bunch of attacks. As well as injure my mega tanks. So I no longer have that one-shot potential threatening the opposing mega tanks, because now mine are down to 6 and 8 health instead of 10. So because this attack into this corner just took so long, my opponent was able to, get the super and then also have enough stuff to hold. If I got the super first, which would be really hard to do, I would have had to be very aggressive, I think, with this army and be really ready to sacrifice it. If I had the super first, then I could have taken this base. I might have been able to play with that in mind. So I just resigned there. There's not much I can do at that point. I mean, I'm not dead, but my attack's pretty foiled, and then these guys are all injured. I don't have a great way of dealing with the mega tanks anymore. I don't see a very easy way of even taking out these anti-airs. I can take out one. I resign because no missile to save base. Yeah, the unit value deficit, such is the way of the supers. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I guess I could have supered and had my mega tank. Oh no. Oh no, it's because it's rain. This is 3, not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The mega tank doesn't even reach the other mega tank. And oh no, I wouldn't even be able to do that. Nah, that's not an early resign. I mean, you got this base down here. Yeah. I don't have my missile to save it. I mean, I can always build a mega tank to save it. The global damage will just keep happening. But that's why you go into games with a plan. Otherwise, you get yourself stuck in those situations. So GG. Your plan is to play more fog. This is a next tournament game I also had very little time for. I did plan out, I think, the first 2 turns here. My opening I planned out. Hi, Talose. And so I chose Sami because I thought Talose wouldn't choose Sami, and I just really didn't want to play a mirror. And I was right that Talose did not choose Sami. Why so many tournament games? Because I've only been playing tournament games. But don't worry, I've been thoroughly complaining about them. So I figured with my plan for this game was to get this airport extra fast. So that the opening that lots of people seem to be going for is to go for this city, and then they go here, and then they go for this airport. But I don't like that in comparison, because if you get this airport, and you can build a copter from it eventually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that doesn't cover, that covers like this city, but who cares about that city? That's already covered by this base. So I'd like to have that airport, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, you can build a copter to stop this city from being captured. So that's what the entire opening was. That and getting an early artillery to this tile so that it could lock down this city is what my entire opening was all focused on, and to get an economic edge through doing that. Now, this map is really, really stally, which is always going... Oh, and this movement here doesn't matter. It's 3 turns to make it to this base this way. It's 3 turns just walking straight for it. Do I get sick of Global League? I definitely enjoy the Global League more than tournament games. Yeah. So I'm going to go here and then to here and then start capturing this airport. So I'm effectively doing a city skip. And by doing that, I will ensure that Talose won't get this city. I probably will get this city because I'm Sami and I could get to use that day-to-day to my advantage to go for contested cities. And almost all of these cities are contested. Global League has better map quality, Global League has better matchmaking, Global League has better timers. It's got a lot of better things. So much fighting, not enough making friends. It's true. Okay. So I'm very famous for well, I don't know if I'm very famous, but I famously really hate stalling games. And this is a very stally map, and I kind of refuse to play it in a super stally way. I say as I build an artillery. Past the opening. Now Talose is going for these tanks. I think these tanks are kind of a mistake. I don't know what their real plan was. Because this is a super stally map, of course. And it's not like tanks really stop Sami from doing what she wants. Where artillery kind of can. I technically don't even need to build this tank. It's like... Oh no, I needed to build... That's right. Okay, so I'm building this tank, and it looks like I'm defending this infantry from this tank. And if I was any other CO, that's true. But since I'm Sami, if the infantry gets hit, I'll just keep capping. I don't care. The real purpose of this tank is so it can be used as a blocker for this artillery after this tank gets involved in this area. Yeah, so Talose goes for some hits on my guys with these tanks. I don't think that's really worth it. I mean, this will mess with my economy a tiny bit because I have to pay repair costs. You know, which is something. Okay. Just being annoying, and I'm having my infantry kind of come over here and already start to threaten this the city. Maybe can deny some more income from Talose. So, you like this play? It's the mech's a little unsafe. The mech is super safe. So, there isn't a tile for Talose to attack the mech that I can't subsequently surround and kill the tank off, because any tile it attacks my mech from, I can then threaten to attack from if I build on mech next turn. And I have just a ton of foot soldiers around, ready to surround it. So, I can understand what you're saying. It does look a little bare bones. It is leaving a city open for the tank to attack me from. Well, the problem is Talose doesn't even get to kill the mech. So I'd be up in the unit count and everything. Such is the fun. You know, sometimes the best defense is a very open defense. So it comes back instead to stop me from harassing here, which I maybe should have harassed here anyway, just to deny some income. One, two, three, four, five. 3. Can't I? It doesn't save it though, does it? You're saying you like attack here or here, and then the artillery comes here, 1, 2, 3, right? And it can shoot at these spots. But I have enough infantry to still keep it locked in. But yeah, I definitely should attack over here. So these artillery are just gonna kind of stare at each other a while. I feel like these cities just get to be neutral. So some of my backwards captures kind of got delayed. Due to how aggressive I kind of had to be over here, but it's totally fine. I mean, having the contested properties is more advantageous than the backwards ones at this point, and I can always get these a little bit later. Now we're going to run into the problem here. Now I'm going to build a lot of mechs, because I'm Sami, of course. And mechs are not actually slowed down in the snow except when going over mountains, so it's like there might be some. I forgot again, you're right. There might be some merit to that. So at this point the game hasn't really stalled out. I still get to go for some cheeky plays. My plan isn't completely over yet. So here we're just stopping. It's Operation Keep This Artillery Alive. So various blockers come into this forest. Various blockers leave this forest. It just, it is what it is. And in theory, I can threaten to Victory March take both of these labs, but it would take a lot more pressure than I'm willing to exert at this point. I kind of dedicated myself to going for the contested properties. Talose just totally copying me and building a mech. Trying to set up a way to kill off my artillery. It's just the Talose can be very rude at times. So we get to use our Sami day-to-day again to get the capture. So at this point, I should really be starting to crank out a lot of indirects, especially rockets. If I, well, maybe not rockets quite yet, but if I want to really try and win the stall game, because if I just work with like direct units and foot soldiers and stuff, then the snow is just going to absolutely ruin me. However, I hate stalling so much. So, I will basically refuse to do it. So I got this city. Talose is gonna try and stop me. And here I'm not a huge fan of this. I'm making a big old infantry wall with and I have to pull it back so that the mechs can cover everything. But again, this is kind of letting the unit count and unit value really start to pile up. But yeah, I should... If you were to play this map, I would highly recommend grabbing some rockets. Like, it's really difficult for Talose to break through these walls. And the rockets can start launching from their safety. And also, they are able to actually protect stuff when the snow starts. Talose is still trying to take the city from me, which is kind of adorable. I do make a mistake here. I should not attack this mech. I mean, the value is just so tempting. You can you can see how weird of a setup I had to go with, all because I actually attacked this mech. Because now that it's been attacked, I mean, I should have just stood next to it. A 4 health mech can just sacrifice itself into my tank. And then Talose can use another tank to kill this tank. So I need to have a setup over here so that there isn't a really great continuation off of killing here. So I couldn't let this lab be open or like have a tank that can be killed on it. Otherwise, like, get to strike here and strike here on this artillery. It could be really, really bad. Yeah. No, I agree. I mean, you attacking over here does make a lot of sense. It's definitely easier for you to deal with vehicles over here rather than trying to pressure down your lab area. Here I start moving over here to potentially come to the rescue of this one base. It can really hold. At this point, it would be really bad for Talose if I could suddenly get my super. Because a lot of the infantry aren't able to be super protected yet. And one of the nice things about the Sami super is that it lets you like one-shot your opponent's infantry with your infantry. So this exchange I'm offering again of Copter for anti-air that gives both of us charge, which is scary for really both of us. But at this stage, the units built up isn't really that bad, so I'd be much happier having my super available than I think Talose would for Winter Fury quite yet. Talose builds a medium tank, so I get an artillery. And at this stage, if I decided to really commit to it, I should just start cranking out a bunch of rockets. Yeah. super equal equivalent 11 tower infantries. They're very strong. I'm not a huge fan of this medium tank. I don't know if it was actually needed. But it's not that bad. It definitely should have... I mean, I think at this... I don't know if it was at this stage, I was like, can I just resign this game? Can I just declare victory and resign the game? I just hated it so much. But yeah, at this stage, should definitely start cranking out rockets because the walls are completely developed. We get to do lots of moving around. Try to make sure anti-airs don't get too good of an attack on me and everything. Gonna shift back. Now I could kill off... If I really had enough mechs, I believe I can kill off this medium tank. Although, no, I probably can't because if this tile was like a road instead of a comm tower, I could probably do it with using some sacrifices. But it's pretty safe to stand here. I do have a lot of copters. This is a mistake. So I'm building a lot of copters to have a nice unit count advantage, but that's not the correct move to go for when you're going into a stally game, which is just something I'm trying to refuse to have happen, even though it's already happened. Because that just means you'll hit the unit cap first. So even though I've got a 3k income advantage, which is really nice, I'm not using it in a way that is effective for this style of game. Because having more units doesn't really help you break through too much. It does give you more flexibility for generating your power, but that's pretty much it. So at this stage, Talose would be really happy to reach Winter Fury because the unit, like I'm almost at the max unit count, so it's hard for Winter Fury to get much better. Yeah. Go some attacks over here. Make sure the mech can reach the copter. Although I think Talose could have done this in a way that kills the copter and also stops me from reaching it. Just using these infantry for sure. So at this point, it's like I'm at 50 units. You can't go above 50 units. The game is a super stalled out. Yeah, so I'm not quite sure why Talose didn't try and protect the anti-air. Talose is at 45, 46 units, 47. Basically both at max. So here I'm going to decide to sacrifice in a very fancy way to get my super. It's not a very good super. It's like an okay-ish super. It does get the comm tower. It does kill off that anti-air. And that one. I shouldn't move in with these guys over here, but I'm going to. I also probably shouldn't go for this city. That was just me being like, well, I have my super. I might as well use it to actually capture stuff. So I'm beating up on this medium tank because it would be the only unit that can break through my little wall of infantry here when they've been set down to 8 health. And then this attack has a very low chance of killing. I think it might be a 1%. I think they have to both max roll to kill that tank. And so I definitely shouldn't go for it. Is it really? I thought it was both max. I thought it was 1%. I could be wrong. So I definitely shouldn't have gone for it, but I really didn't like the game. So I was like, you know what? I might as well. And if I did kill it, I'd either get to take the city or I get to kill off some infantry. Okay, here I also shouldn't do this. I'm like, I should just keep these infantry closer to some of these big boy units rather than, I guess, forcing Talose to hit them over here. But I'm not actually covering them. If I had like rockets back here, that would make more sense. That's just kind of an unneeded overextension over here and over here. At this point, I know it's not going to matter though, because the snow is just going to be absolutely brutal once it hits my 50 unit army. Yeah, no, it's not a good turn. Boom. Global damage is going to do what global damage does. Solid 40k. I'm surprised this anti-air survived. So I do have this artillery here to try and hold this city. Just because, I mean, I did overextend to go for it, so I might as well try and hold it. But this will go back to what I've said many times about playing Sami, is that you might get yourself a really nice income lead, but that really doesn't matter if, like, the standing army difference you get is just drastically worse after you go for your super. Like, it will take, I would like 10 turns or something for this amount of income difference to really impact the standing armies. And once your standing army's low, you don't actually have that free time to start making an army to supply it. You're instead just going to die really fast. But here I'm like falling back a bit because I'm like, why did I even overextend so far? That got through, it hit the tank. Attacks my poor innocent artillery. You can see this is why going for the city is just not worth it at all. It's just a huge overextension. And this is also something that can happen a lot when you're playing Sami. You use your super, you grab the cities, and then you lose your units, and then they just take the city back. Well, Mr. Greenstreet, I really didn't like the game. And I really, really didn't want to stall. That is 100% what I should do. Attacking here, he hits my poor artillery. You can see, I think there's a chance he can kill these, but it's like a 10%. And then I think I resign here. Yeah, so I resign here. I could keep playing for a tiny bit, but I got really sick, and the tournament timer waits for no man. not gonna take enjoyment. I did not enjoy this game at all. I dislike this map immensely. I mean, I kind of enjoyed the very early, like coming up with my own little opening to get stop this city and all that, and then after that, I just hated it. But that's just because I dislike stall. So if we're looking at this turn, it's like, what can I do? Well, I can use my normal power, which will allow me to use the mechs to kill off 2 tanks. I can use my artillery to kill off a tank, or maybe this anti-air. I can use my anti-airs to kill off both of these copters. So I can thin this army by quite a bit. But that's going to give Talose a ton of charge, and I'll just get hit by another Winter Fury. Such is the way of global damage. But it wouldn't be so if I had like rockets with this army instead, then it wouldn't be quite so bad because the rockets can fire from a safe distance and still do a lot of damage, and the Winter Fury can hit, but I can still have nice blockers and all that stuff. You know how it goes. I also wouldn't be in this situation if I went with rockets, of course. I know 2 games. The first one didn't. Well, it stalled out in different periods, and then global damage just wins those situations. I was surprised you didn't go Eagle. Look at that, lazyboi, being a pal, already playing as Yellow Comet. Okay, this is another game that I did not plan for just because I didn't have the time. These are all tournament games. They do not have very generous timers. So I picked Sturm because I like Sturm. My opponent chose Von Bolt, and Von Bolt is one of the best answers to Sturm for sure, because your units are just... I mean, they're not strictly better for fighting, but they're a lot better. They have 30% more attack for having only 10% less defense. But which is it's good. But Sturm does have some nice perfect movement here. So he can go for some recon harassment. I did think about building a recon on the turn 1 here, but I decided against it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It just barely doesn't reach to harass this base. And it would just kind of force the tank out. So instead I go for double recon on the next turn. I mean, I like the Sturm versus Sturm matchup. Very fast units, lots of slamming into each other. doesn't stall. At least my Sturm versus Sturm games don't stall. So, Sturm is one of the excuse me. Sturm is one of the few COs that I like building rockets on. And here I get to be really annoying. And harass these infantry, knocking them down to 7. Both means that they take 2 turns. They take another turn to finish the capture, and then they suck up some repair money, and then they're at 9, so that they still take 3 turns to capture another city. So it's what you want. I think you're guaranteed to knock them to 7. But that also means that the recon pays for itself in this single attack, because delaying this city capture by a single turn is already 2,000 funds. And then you're also delaying another capture by... Well, really, this infantry is going to go for at least 2 captures. So delaying it 1 turn here is already 4,000. And then you're delaying it by another turn for its next capture, because it'll be at 9. So 6,000 value just to hit there. Such is the way of the high funds. So go for a nice double transport by this turn. Arguably, I should have gotten this black boat last turn instead of this Neo tank. I didn't want this tank to be able to harass me too well. So the black boat's job is to pick up this infantry, go for this comm tower, and then come down here. And then this transport copter's job is to come over here, pick up infantry, get this airport, the city, then go over here, get this double city. So my recon gets to go over here and harass this infantry as well. This one got to harass this infantry. Just general value going on. This does cost me unit count, so I have to get quite a bit out of this economic gamble. And here we're going to start seeing some artillery getting built, because Sturm's got some nice beefy infantry, even against Von Bolt. They're kind of hard to kill off, and so the artillery are going to work really well. And also, artillery have a really high base damage, so they don't get hurt nearly as much by Sturm having that negative firepower as the CO he is. So I'm going to use this artillery over here, coupled with a few infantry, to start moving in on these properties to stop this tank from really getting too effective in thwarting my captures. Arguably, I could have not gone for this capture right now, because the artillery is not in range yet to really protect it. But I have another infantry here. And if the tank comes over here, it means the tank's not going elsewhere. So it's not the worst thing in the world. I think this capture's a mistake. I should just go for this one, because I don't actually have a way of dealing with tank attack with anti-air backup. You can see the first rocket. So like next turn, I'd be able to deal with it. The rocket would be able to cover it. I guess you'll only be able to cover that tile. lazyboi did not go with the black boat here, and instead went with another transport copter, which will mean a few things for lazyboi. This comm tower will be a lot slower to get, and also there won't be a black boat available for dealing with this little island over here. The tank doesn't even go for the harassment over here. The infantry does. That's fine. We get a nice double comm tower. A Sturm always likes having double comm tower because it means he gets to fight like a real boy. He's got 100% firepower. And as such, the Neo tank is to go for a big smack. And here I'll be a little bit cheeky, kill off the infantry, and then try and block the way. Well, I successfully blocked the way so the anti-air can't hit the copter for it. Rockets covering a lot of stuff over here. This is something that's really nice about Sturm rockets is they get to use that full 5 move. Straight there, the one turn it's already being impactful. For other COs, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You'd be way back here. Not nearly as good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would still cover this city, which is something. It just wouldn't be able to cover any captures going around, like an infantry capturing this. I was kind of surprised, but it makes sense. This is high funds, so delaying like this tank's effectively acting as a really more expensive recon. It's just kind of delaying my captures, much like I was doing to him. But it's just at this stage in the game, it's not nearly as important to delay like 2,000 when people have like 32,000 in funds. Setting up a little indirect cluster here to try and stop some of these central captures. Get another rocket on the way. And this is why I definitely should have gone for this city first. I mean, I'm not going to get this city because LazyBoi's been contesting it pretty well. Now this one's just been uncaptured for a really long time. And I moved my Neo tank here for a reason. I think it was to kill off anti-air that goes after if anti-air like goes after one of these infantry or something. Oh no, it's so okay. It's so LazyBoi's own Neo tank can't get a first strike. Okay, so now this capture has started. My rocket wasn't quite in location to deny it. But it's okay, we are Sturm, so a little infantry can walk over there. And you'll see I don't go the full movement that I could. I went to here instead of here. I want to just be able to cover this area without being too vulnerable to like a Neo tank running up and hitting me, for instance. So there's triple anti-air over here. So I'm like, I'll just send my bomber to the other side. And then we'll see how that goes. And then I have a fighter because it's double bombers. The LazyBoi event has now gone for the Neo tank first strike. I think this might have been a low roll for LazyBoi. Getting a 7/7 is really good for me. That's just the Sturm way. Okay. So here, there's quite a few tanks over here, kind of threatening to go after my rockets. Oh, the high roll is 40. Oh, okay. So I'm very concerned about that. I'm kind of thinking maybe my rocket should have been back here so it'd be easier to defend. In that case, I'd only have to defend this one tile rather than all three. So this is a turn I actually did think about for a while, although I didn't think too much about the Neotank strike. Maybe that should have been from the forest and have a copter hit here or something. Okay. So the bomber doesn't die in one hit from the anti-air, so it's a wall to help protect this rocket. The infantry on the planes doesn't die. Well, it dies on like max roll from the anti-airs. And then the anti-airs can't reach these other copters. That's the plan here. As you can see, the bomber very much alive. But lazyboi does find a way to break through here and sends the bomber in to hit the rocket. It's very gutsy. And then over here, you see lazyboi's getting really close to super. There's a copter and a bomber sacrifice. And that will hit right there, which is pretty impactful. Hits my fighter, double copter, this rocket, and this anti-air. So pretty much all of my possible anti-bomber stuff gets hit there. And at the same time, also walls this off pretty nicely. Builds a magnet for my own meteor. And then because the bomber is the one that hit here and not a tank, my own built tank here can't actually hit either of these tanks because the fighter is stunned and in the way. This is a very fancy attack. On the left-hand side, I'm doing much better. We'll do our meteor strike. You know, it's a decent smack for sure. Hitting this fighter down to 2 is nice. Getting the kill off this bomber is also nice. And here, I'll kill off this Neotank. Here, I'm just trying to deal with these anti-airs because I do have an airport right here. So the little bit of damage I can do, the happy I'll be. Although, arguably, I shouldn't have done this with the bomber because that is in range of the 2 health fighter. So here, I'm just trying to make it really punishing for lazyboi to continue with the attack on these units that were stunned here. It would be better because you can't make consistent magnets. I don't know if that's better though. lazyboi does go after that rocket. Kills off that pole. Ooh, gets the kill on the Neotank as well. The sides are definitely going a little bit better. Very scary. This is fighting right within my base range, though. I do have this saddest Neotank. Can't kill an anti-air in one hit. Can't kill the bombers in one hit. This is double comm tower, I swear. But now all of the anti-air over here for lazyboi has been kind of picked away at. So this double airport that's feeding right into this is going to be really difficult to overcome. And then this is why the black boat is so strong to build here. It's because it can sit, and this is a one tile choke effectively that land units normally have to go through, but now the black boat can just chill here. And I get to set up this really annoying setup situation where if this infantry steps off of the city to fight any of these other infantry, another one can just step onto the city and start capturing it. We have another choke point over here being utilized. Maybe the anti-air should have backed off. I mean, the fighter definitely doesn't have really much else it can do. So my meteor's kind of impact is slowly on its way. The reinforcements got hurt by quite a bit. The air units, they're still having targets on build as my units built from the space. So I'm benefiting a lot from the attack having to overextend. As you can see. Here I'm just trying to get to my normal power, because the normal power will hit right here. It'll knock this mega tank down to 1, and it'll hit the fighter down to 6, which will make killing off my fighter, and it'll also knock down this anti-air. It'll make killing off my fighter really annoying. Bam. It also gives me a stat boost to stop the city capture and to attack over here. I definitely should have repaired that infantry before moving it out, but it's okay. And now these guys are in the way. The city is just kind of mine. So I send this transport copter over here so it can pick up this other infantry. And I build a transport copter over here to bring this infantry into the fight. And then it's time to start cranking out the Sturm missiles again. I know, the poor Mega got hit by 2 rocks. Machina hits the poor Neo tank. It's the fighter, but the fighter lives. Lazyboi's magnet black boat starts coming in for the rescue over here, which is very cute. So at this point, I've pretty much held my line, or held the line over here. And my attack on the side's being really annoying. My attack on this side's being really annoying. And it's just becoming pretty difficult for lazyboi to like get traction and kind of hold some of these outskirts cities. And now that the rocket gets to be developed, it gets to help make kind of what I was doing against Talose, where I send a copter forward and then an anti-air comes forward and kills the copter, and then an indirect can hit the anti-air. It's the whole plan there. Sorry. And yeah, this is just going to be kind of just attacking everything in front of me. Just to get some more charge, to get the stat boost, to hit another cluster of frontline units. And move forward. Just got to make sure that it's not too easy to hit the rocket, and then any attack that happens over here, the rocket gets to punish. And more cities get to be threatened, and now stuff. There's a lot of anti-air moving in over here because the much like what lazyboi needed to use against me, the double airport will try and defend the HQ. Lots and lots of destruction, and not quite enough to get another Von Bolt super. And we have the triple missile black boat transport copter GG resign. So that was more of the kind of game that I like. It's more brawly. I didn't have really the time to plan out the turns or anything like that, but that's okay. It's more brawly, and then getting to play Sturm, letting me use rockets very aggressively is something I do enjoy. Since I was on the defense, I definitely had a harder time if I wanted to actually construct a magnet, so I just didn't construct magnets. That's more of an offensive thing. Oh. Deej is not available yet, so we won't be covering this game. We will be covering this one. It's gonna have to be on site. At one of those fancy tournament games. We are back. Hey, we back. Chabby big. That size. Got Christian 1 versus Tavi 4 VI. Maybe. In the Quack Cup 2, which is all about shadows chase you endlessly. Each round having a completely special tile set, which is why we have to go onto the actual site to look at these replays. And on top of that, each of these games is a tag game. Did I skip your game, Lord Frogneros? Oh yeah, Lord Frogneros. He just requested to co-commentate that game, but he's not currently available. Sorry about that. So blame Deegis. Exactly. Okay. So here we have... Oh, this is the... that's right. This is the one that shadows chase you endlessly, but it's just rotated 90 degrees, and then the central tile has been turned into a bridge instead of a road. Because just take that coal. So the CO choices here of Andy and Adder versus Max and Lash. Andy Adder. Well, Andy Adder is going to be very movement focused for sure. Neither of those COs, usually with tag, you either have like two COs that have really strong supers. Like Andy has a really strong super. I don't know if I'd say that Adder does. Or you have one that's got like a really good day-to-day, and then the other one that has a really good super. So that's kind of what... I mean, I guess in this case, both players are somewhat breaking the rules. Because Andy Adder, obviously they both have no day-to-day abilities. Just purely their powers. And then Max Lash are also both two strong day-to-day COs. So the pairings are a little interesting there. We'll see how it plays out. Obviously, you'd prefer to have Andy, but obviously that's not always going to be an option. Ooh, switched over to Adder. I assume that's a swap just for style. Usually you'd want to be Andy, because Andy needs more charge, and Adder can kind of get what he wants just sitting in the back 40. The CO that's in the front gets all of the regular charge, but the CO in the back just gets 50% of what the CO in the front gets. Okay, so we have a fast recon coming out from Christian. Now, normally, you don't see very many recons specifically for fighting Max, because his tanks will just one-shot you, or have like at least a good chance to one-shot you in many cases. But in this case, it looks like the idea is to stop Max from capturing the airport right away. But instead, the infantry will go here. Now Max is kind of forced into building a tank. There it is. The recon's kind of done its job already. We'll see what the follow-up is. Hi. Let's just get a chill here. Okay. So it's just gonna run away from the tank once the tank shows up. I assume it's going to start moving towards the center. So Christian does have the airport much faster due to the recon being a nice harassing unit. Then we have a tank of our own built here. And the black boat goes back. This is to stop the harbor capture in case this infantry prevents its own capture and goes here. The same thing's happening over here. Okay. We have the anti-air, the prophylactic anti-air, expecting a copter to be built by Christian, which is very likely. We have the recon moving over here just to stop the city. Okay, it does stop the city from being camped on by this other tank. And we kind of have tank chains happening. So, interesting. So the anti-air got built, and that did effectively stop the copter from being built, it looks like. It's true. You could move the black boat over to trap the tank on the little island, and then it won't be able to chase the recon. I mean, that would be very, very, very cheeky. I don't think it's the hugest deal, because then you do have to deal with this tank that's going to be stopping you from going for your captures here. And they can always build something to stop your recon. But that is certainly something. The recon also has an actual attack here. It can go for smack, and there's nothing that Javi can do about it. Or never mind. It's not, if it was Christian's turn, it's not Christian's turn. It's no longer available. Okay, so we have the tank moving up here. Do we have a copter this turn? Or are we just going to go double tank? Okay, there's the copter. The copter plus, or tank plus copter, I should say, will be able to beat up an anti-air very effectively. Ooh. So we do have double tank over here. It looks like if Tavi really wanted to, they could go a max tank strike, infantry strike, max tank from the city strike onto this city. That would invite a tank first strike for a tank first strike while clearing a city. It's probably worth it. But we'll see if... It's definitely worth it with another tank backing it up. Oh. Ooh, okay. So just the infantry went in to interrupt the capture. Definitely should have followed up with a tank clear this and then tank hit from the city, because there's, if you look at the reinforcements that Christian has, it's just infantry. And it would be triple tank with a fourth tank following it up, which just completely overwhelmed this area. Although this copter would be on its way to help out, which is not nothing. That's a very prophylactic anti-air. Here comes the copter, like I said, ready to help out. Yeah, the tanks are making it so they're not quite so easy to beat up here. is very good. For recon. The recon did a decent job. For infantry. That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, that's a lot of tanks. This is kind of forcing Christian to probably go for a medium tank to try and hold against all of these guys. Ooh. Well, okay, that's pretty nice. Getting a copter hit for kind of free. You get to kill off that infantry as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's a little daring. I think it holds. It does. Okay. So because there's nothing over here that can deal with the copter, this just barely holds to keep the anti-air nice and safe. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then I assume another tank will be built. No. I probably would have built a tank over here rather than here, so that would be covering this guy. That's okay. Nice break, a nice attack over here. Kill off this infantry. Get an attack from the city. Then bring up another infantry. That's definitely a good move by Max. It does mean that there's not going to be an anti-air dealing with this copter, though. Whoa. Okay. Max goes straight into the stealth. First turn available to use the airport. Well, luckily Christian has just enough money to build a fighter. Ooh. 2, 3, 4. Ah, but this anti-air is actually in place to mess with this airport. What? Christian moves there. Turn ends. Oh no, what happened? Christian must have ran out of time. Stealth moves forward. Nothing got built. Down goes the tank. That's really, really bad. Well. Yeah, sure. Going for the tank first strike makes sense. I mean, a fighter kind of has to get built ASAP. Luckily, this anti-air didn't move at all, which is really weird. It must have been time. Well, the nice things about ending your turns without buying anything is that you have a lot of money for the next turn. So we have fighter Neo tank built. Infantry does get taken out. The anti-air can't reach though unless Max manages to find a way to get enough charge. It's pretty close to doing. Currently also needs to either get it. Oh, the anti-air actually moved away. So the stealth is in a lot of trouble now. Okay. Tries to make a kind of like a blockade to make it so you can't have a unit available to reveal the stealth for the fighters to then attack, but it's not quite good enough because an anti-air can always break through these infantry sections. What? Okay. Christian doesn't go for the breakthrough. I would have highly recommended killing the stealth. You can watch the replay, even in standard, to see where the stealth moves, and you can also check the logs. So if we go back here, what you would do is you would check the log. Oh, can I not see the log? I guess I can't see the log because this is an uploaded replay rather than one that's just been on the site. So I can't show it off, but it would give you a list of all the actions that happened and where they happened. So it would tell you where the stealth is. Okay. Yeah, in Fog of War, you'll use the log to see where your like missile-based powers landed. Solid medium tank strike. Christian doesn't have Andy in front, has Adder in front for some reason. So this would be a really bad attack if Andy's in front, because Andy just heals that up completely. Well, if you're gonna kill it using the stealth should definitely strike first. So that you don't take 4 damage on the medium tank. A very big attack here. Right now, Christian really wishes that Andy was the one in front. So again, this is definitely breakable. Even just copter plus tank can kill this tank. And then the infantry can reveal it, and then a fighter can kill the stealth. Actually, the stealth's already revealed because it's standing on a city. So we do have the Adder super used here. Super moving. Zoop. It's a nice smack on the anti-air. And then, yeah, go after one of these other tanks. Otherwise, this one is going to get a... Oh, it's not going to get a movement boost. Because have you actually swapped over to Lash instead? Well, if that happened, you wouldn't go after this tank. You'd go over here and kill off this tank on the city. Because then your tank's safer. And who cares what this tank over here does? The fighter kills the stealth. Some nice double smacks over here. Artillery moves up. Some nice infantry attacks. I'm not sure about this anti-air attack. It does injure that tank for sure. But it does also get one shot by a Neo tank. Oh, okay, if you kill off the... That's not so bad, then. I mean, that was pretty good. And yeah, definitely swap over to Andy so you can get the super. I'm not quite sure why the Lash super hasn't been used. And now it gets used. Infantry kills infantry. Tank kills infantry. Hits tank. So Andy's on the field here, so any kill or any hit that doesn't kill, it's a lot worse. Oh. Oh, the tank died. Oh no. It could have lived. Really? Okay, so the Neo Tank. I guess it can't really get too involved over here now. That wasn't quite the breakthrough. Okay, he goes after the poor infantry. Swap over to Max makes sense. Yeah, there's no double strike. Okay. So one of the downsides for using Lash and Tag is that you oftentimes want to swap out at the end of your turn so you can keep gaining charge. But when you do that, you don't get the benefit from your super being currently active. And Lash gets a lot of benefit defensively from her super just because of the extra terrain stars. So she's definitely a lot worse in Tag for that reason. Get beat up. The infantry get beat up. Artillery moves on over. Anti-air chases this guy down. Nice fight over there. Whoop. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So you could always do this attack before the super if you want to. With the idea being that you would then be able to heal yourself up to be full. You would do a little less damage though. City is interrupted. No tank. Nice unit. Oh, interesting. Didn't swap off of Andy. So this will mean that the units will have a little bit more firepower and they'll have that little bit more defense, but no charge will be gained from any of these attacks. But sometimes, sometimes that extra defense is very important. Don't think... I mean, it might have saved like a hit point there. Okay, probably saved that city from not being captured, but being cleared. I probably would have swapped just to not miss out on all the charge. Anti-air then gets to finish off the fighter. Nice. Got a bomber built, covering against the anti-air attack. The anti-air could like come up and kill this copter, but then the bomber gets to kill the anti-air. I mean, it's still probably a fine trade with 7 health. Go down there. The anti-air runs away instead. Whoa. Okay, so not much happened that turn, but the poor Neo tank and the medium tank are placed in the range of this artillery, which is not usually a good thing. Not sure why this black boat is moving. I guess it's got plans of like blocking this route, try and capture this airport. Won't quite run out of fuel. A very, very dead Neo tank. Very sad day. Black Belt wasn't able to block this off, so I don't know. Nothing on the front line move? Oh no. It's usually a really bad sign if nothing on the front line moves. Either the game's stalling out, or leaving yourself really vulnerable. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So this tank can definitely come in here and stop the airport capture. So Christian has Adder in front again. Rather than Andy for some reason. Okay, we have a sacrifice. This will get the Adder power. I assume we're going to see some bobber shenanigans. This Black Belt's down to 3 fuel. Okay, I'm not quite sure why this tank's over here. I'm sure I'll find out though. Okay, I still don't quite understand the purpose of the tank here, but it's definitely a play here to get the airport. I don't think anything could one-shot this Black Belt, so it's fine. I don't know what this anti-air is doing out here either. It seems like just giving a lot of free kills. Yeah, they do, in fact, just kind of die. I don't know what's up with that, but in the end, Christian is going to get the airport. It has an airport monopoly, and when you have an airport monopoly in Advanced Wars by Web, you can just kind of start cranking out stealths to win the game because they can't build fighters. So I'm kind of surprised that a stealth wasn't actually built here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, I guess it's just because this anti-air could get him. Okay. You have the Max Super. Doesn't quite get the one shot on the Neo tank. Does get to kill the bomber. Just kind of stand there. One fuel, so this would sink next turn. So, getting an building an anti here for Tavi is kind of what would be needed, so that it'd be possible to easily break through here. Maybe. Okay, maybe the stealth plan isn't in the books currently. Okay, we build a bomber. Yeah, at this point you definitely start just building stealths. There's literally nothing that the opposing player can do about it. By Black Belt, we knew you well. Get another capture here. Adder gets another power. Send the tank back, go for some Neo tank first strikes. Bomber moves forward, sure. Definitely gonna be swapping over to Andy, I suspect. Another bomber built, okay. Are stealths banned? No, they're not banned. The Max player built one. It didn't swap over to Andy. I don't know what's going on with the tag decisions. Okay, so I have some Neo Tank first strikes, or some strikes on the Neo Tanks. This is where being Andy would be really nice. Let's try to be back for a game with habits. Sounds good. Whoop. Looks like we lost the record of that turn, so let's see what happened. Fall back over here, build a copter. Neo Tanks fall back. Fighter stands on the airport. And then it looks like it was an adder. Normal power gets used. But no attacks happen. But the added normal power does allow for this city capture. And then Christian swapped over to Andy. Okay. I do really like the Andy swap. I'm not quite sure what's going on with this. Goodbye Neo Tank, we knew you well. Goodbye Fighter, we knew you well. Okay. Well, the super looks pretty decent. These guys heal up. They've got definite targets to attack. The bombers have targets to attack too. Couple AM. I'm not a huge fan of this bomber getting involved over here just because the max super lets the anti-air reach. Okay, but that's a very cute solution. It does have the downside that this does force Andy to have to stay out, I think, because maybe on planes it would be fine. The max is threatening a super Neo Tank to clear this Neo Tank. Okay, the infantry cluster starts to move. Okay, start getting built. Okay. Upper falls back. Got some work. Alright. Only 11 more turns and then this harbor will be done. You know, I send a copter down to get this as well. Tabby resigns here. I think that's pretty fair. Usually, if you lose both airports, you kind of just lose the game because of the stealth buys. That didn't quite happen here. Tabby managed to stay in the game for quite a while. But that was very... I'm not quite sure what happened with that game, because Christian skipped a whole turn. But still managed to pull it back. Very impressive. There was definitely some good plays, and some plays that had me scratching my head, but that's how it goes. Alrighty. Head on back to the replay viewer. How does a penguin scratch head? Very carefully. I can use my crown. Shrinking. Ah. It's okay. It's okay. Tiny map. No. Right. Okay. Standard class is in session. So old by now? I assume this is a live game. This is a map called Last Vigil. That's the breath. Today you'll show how not to play this map as Max. Not this one. Am I right that this is a live game? This is one of the better maps for Sami. This is the one you sent in by mistake? No, yeah, Fluffy sent this. Yeah. This is live, okay. It's a really small map. Which pretty much always benefits Sami, because it means that infantry start interacting with each other really quickly, and there's some pretty hot button contested properties right away. Which Fluffy's going for very quickly as Max. Then the recon is definitely the right choice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So sad the recon isn't able to reach here in one turn to cover it. But the recon is definitely good for harassing Sami infantry, especially as Max. Now, the Sami infantry should 100% stop this capture because, yeah, it's a nice infantry conflict, and Sami infantry love those. Okay. So Fluffy does get to kill off that infantry, but it's just gonna come at it's just gonna be infantry for infantry trade. Whoa. Well, that's not what you do. So the problem with doing this approach is that the same thing's just going to happen, except Fluffy's going to keep developing more and more kind of injured infantry, and then all of the infantry from this base will just die. So instead what you do is you have your infantry kill off this one, and you kind of force these guys to overextend, and you only strike at this city when it's being captured. But the worry might have been that this infantry is going to start capturing here, and then this guy captures here, and then there's nothing you can do. So maybe in that case this is fine, but I'm certainly a little worried about it. Do the tank build from Sami. So yeah, the same thing happens. Bop, bop. Another infantry built over here. This recon is ready to be very annoying, especially with the comm tower. We're actually able to interrupt Sami captures. The same thing happens again. This is the worry, is that the unit count is just going to get drastically in Fluffy's favor. Ooh, the tank is forced to go over here, so it doesn't even get to alleviate this poor infantry pain. I like this. I mean, I can only imagine that both players were laughing a lot at this. But yeah, you can see it's definitely very beneficial for Max here. It stops the city from being captured, but Poland is also dying their own capture at the same time. So it's just kind of net unit count for Fluffy. It's actually very harmful for Max, is it? It doesn't look very harmful for Max from what I can see. Whoa. Joining the infantry together? I guess it's just to get this guy healed up fast enough to go for this city capture? I guess Poland is a little bit farther, is 2k up in income. But it's down 5 units. No fun for more vehicles. Yeah, I mean, building a recon here at any point could have ended this harassment. Oh. Decided to attack from the other side. What this will do is... No, never mind. It was just so this guy couldn't get involved, I guess. I was going to say that it does mean you can block here, and then you can set yourself up for the double capture play. The mech gets beat up. You have a copter. Poland showing off that extra bank. Also, Poland has now decided to go for these captures. Given up. Now that Fluffy's broken the pattern, no longer having the 2 health infantry here. You are really low in funds. But I don't think it super matters, because Sami cares a lot more about unit count. Sami now has the comm tower. Okay, so the infantry trades have been ended, and suddenly Max is going to be ahead in income here. Still no copter though. We have an anti-air to try and ward off Sami copter. A fancy breakthrough. Poland starts capturing this city and this city, so the max income lead probably won't be sticking around for very long. There's a lot of Sami tanks. Smack. If Max wanted to, could have sacrificed probably the 2 health and the 1 health to kill this off and then be able to attack from the city if that was something that Fluffy wanted. Okay. Be very cautious over here, sure. Very forward infantry. Join cap. The cap start over here. Mech is on its way. Tanks kill off that infantry for a tank first strike. Sure. First strike on the anti-air as well. Looks kind of painful. I mean, Max does get the power this turn. Although Max would really like the super. I don't think the super's going to be. Does save those cities. We have our tank first strike. There's no reason to move this copter at this point. You know, maybe you somehow got the super and you could reach and hit this tank. Max. You have potential for a double time from Poland. It's not a super nice double time. A victory march would be a lot better. But I think a victory march would take quite a few sacrifices. Poland's having a hard time killing off units. Oh, never mind. Someone goes down. The mech marches here. Another infantry going for the capture here. Just trying to be very persistent. Another mech march over here. Okay. This copter with super doesn't reach anything. Yes, it does actually. Here, 1, 2, it kills off this copter. That's a slight mistake on Poland's part. Both copters get taken out. Take out the mech. Take out the mech. It lived at 1. Take out a tank. Take out a tank. Just trying to make it so the victory march doesn't take too much stuff from him. Including the HQ is a prime target. 2, 3, 4. The mech isn't in range. Okay, so we have the victory march in response here. Definitely some cities, like these cities for sure, are going to fall. Okay. Take that one too. And that one. It's a lot of money. Take this one. Looks like the comm tower will survive. That city also falls. 22k to 9k. That is not a happy day. We'll see if Fluffy is able to take enough of these cities back. Step on these mechs a bit. Got this tank. Got this infantry. Mech. Take out the mech. Having only 10k definitely hurts, yeah. So, tank, infantry, infantry. It is 13 units to 21. So you would think that Max is going to be able to take some of this stuff back. You want that money. mech gets to hit the tank. That hurts. Tank going down sucks. Oh no, there's no healthy infantry to go for the city capture. Yeah, one city is going to be taken back. This must be just GG. There's no reason. Okay, yeah. A Fluffy didn't GG after that? What was that? Okay. Down goes. I think at this point, Sami's super won. The pure determination of Fluffy, though. Never give up. Yeah, I don't think Poland had a chance of getting to Victory March there, as that would have ended. Okay, Fluffy resigns there. You agree with not resigning in live? It's true. It's true. Oh, one more city is capture limit. Oh, I gotcha. That makes sense. You've stopped believing. That was definitely quite the game. GG. Okay. This one's been a long time in the works. We have another map that's too large. So I'm gonna have to cut off the top and bottom. The top and bottom have some of the labs and some properties. I mean, I'm pretty sure I've covered your game before, Poland, so you probably got put back into... Do you not have a game in here anymore? Oh yeah. I don't know if you had Kantbei versus yourself, maybe? If not, I can definitely put you in again. Okay. So this is... I think this is an FFA. It looks like it's tag. Standard funds. We got teleport tiles. I don't know how well the replay viewer deals with teleport tiles. Someone is Sasha because they're a complete jerk. We have Drake Olaf. Drake Olaf is never going to go off with the Sasha in play. Eagle is also never going to go off. Okay. We'll keep the order static because there's a lot of players. Alright. Where is this player? Oh. Player 1 just skipped their turn, it looks like. So did Dr. Spacewalk. No one. They have 1,000 funds. Oh, this is it. Oh, this is low income. They're only getting 500 funds per property. So Sasha's even better. Are infantry banned? Like, why is no one building an infantry? Okay, infantry must be banned. It must be like mechs only. Very exciting few turns. You know, Sasha's even better in low funds, yeah. Oh, Knight of Zero has resigned. Penguin's already out of the game. Are mechs... What is this? What? No one's... I mean... If you can't build mechs and you can't build infantry, then you can't do anything? And like eventually build vehicles? I'm gonna start going faster here. Oh. First vehicle. A recon. So I guess there's really a... If there's no infantry and no mechs, you're at a big downside if you build a unit, because then you can actually lose the game. Because now you can actually be routed. Okay. All right, we had a recon. It moved out. Speed this up a bit. Oh, we have another recon built. Let's decrease this delay. All right. Oh, we got a mega tank. It's going. Oh, that person's completely out of the game. They've both of their bases have been sat on. Oh, I'm glad I sped this up. Another mega tank. Looks like it's going down there. Oh my gosh, we have an army of mega tanks showed up. Okay, a lot of money suddenly came into the board. And the game ends here? What? Ends in a draw. That's quite the game. Only 94 days. No power used. Built 4 mega tanks. No power used as Sasha? Get out of here. Well, you guys got to see the autoplay in action. Intensive, I get it. Against RoshiJaguar. Not sure who sent this in. It's a Max versus Max. I assume Roshi for some reason. Is there blue? Right. Face the left. Howdy, howdy. Okay, so this is the map. This is a map that's been removed from Global League at this point. We're gonna go for a fairly quick airport for both players, which makes sense, as it is base light. And the air units get to fly over the water, of course. Intensive with the first tank build. Roshi counters on the same side, so that we might have a little tank stare off happen here. So it looks like this infantry got a little lost. It's okay, it happens to the best of us. One tank per side. They are very politely staring at each other. No, the money wasn't set up to get for a copter this turn, so I imagine Intensive is going to go for a copter. No. Okay, goes for another tank. Well, copter for sure here. There we go. As it starts moving out over here, we do have tank to back this up. Our own copter. Having the copter advantage is going to be really nice. It's just plus unit count. And also, if it comes down to just trading copters, you'll always have one more available. Or like in the field. Ooh, Intensive is not going to build another copter. This could end up being very bad. Like, these tanks are about to get bullied out of here because they're not going to be able to cover against this copter. I assume another copter gets built? No. Go for double tank instead. Okay. Well, at this point, I would definitely just keep pumping out the copters. Okay, we have our tank plus tank. Kill that one off. Looking good. Keep capturing. Yeah. Ooh, I probably would have not kept capturing there, because the copter could strike this tank, but it only wants to do it from this tile in particular. Otherwise, this other copter could hit it in retaliation. So maybe this copter's got other plans. Maybe it wants to come over here and stop this capture. Although I guess this infantry can do that. It's a little weird. I think hitting this tank would have been the way to go, but that's okay. I'm not quite sure why the copter production stopped. Really difficult for Intensive to actually deal with it without matching it. Okay. Very large move out of infantry over here. These tanks are a little stranded. They could be beat up now. Smack. That infantry goes down. This infantry goes down. It kind of moves forward to try and hold this city. We got more copters. Some mechs and infantry. Sure. Ooh, okay, we have more copters from Intensive as well. As long as you've got like equal numbers of copters with your opponent, it's not so bad. But as soon as they've got more than you, then they can let you go for copter strikes and then use their extra copters to kill off yours in retaliation. I wouldn't want to use the copter there because this copter isn't guarding it. This anti-air isn't guarding it, so it's just going to be a copter effectively traded for a 5 health tank, and that's not a great trade. ultimately this... Well, I guess there's a max power that will be available soon. So that one's not so bad of a place to put it, because with the max power, either of these tanks can come in and hit you. Should probably try and finish off this copter just so it can't be a really annoying blocker. Okay, we have the medium tank built. Not sure why this anti-air decided to sit here on this city. It's in a place that it could actually get beat up on without like any ramifications. Okay, we do have our tank come down here. Smack, smack. Come down here and beat up this poor anti-air. Well, I guess with a max super. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Ooh. Anti-air sneaks on over, kills off that mech. Good. So a max super is nice. You would use your low health tanks here to go after this anti-air and just let your copters kind of win the day. I mean, yeah, you should definitely hit from the planes. Lightest. Very good. Kill off the other opposing copter. Kill off tank. I would beat up this anti. No real reason to let it stay healthy. There's that tank. Dips on the tree, looking good. The sheer number of copters. Get a base here, okay. The sheer number of copters are quickly overwhelming the opponent, as they tend to do. Okay, poor tanks. Yes, has to fall on comm towers, of course. That's interesting. So he built double tank with 9k left in the bank. So the copter was purposely skipped, probably because there's quadruple anti-air out there right now. So maybe saving up for some heavy vehicles. Although, if the anti-airs are attacking like this, then you should definitely keep building your copters. Now these guys just kind of get beat up by tanks. One, two, three, four, five, yeah. Definitely want to swap the order of who hits who. This one should hit here so that this guy can hit the other anti-air. It's just kind of the basic premise is to always attack with the furthest back units. Intensive resigns. I think there's a fair resign. It's really, really difficult to deal with just the air advantage once that comes full into play. Oh no! I didn't realize we dipped out there for a second. Sorry about that. GG. Copters win the day. They're very good. Especially in base light. And Max wins. And we have mathblitz playing as Sturm against Havitz playing as Sturm on Logarithmic. This is a tournament game. Looks like Havitz is very happy about it. Since Havitz is just so happy about it, we'll make place. This game is super fun. So it's a Sturm mirror. That should mean there's a lot of recons, and then a lot of indirects, and then some heavy tanks. But sometimes people don't play Sturm mirrors that way. We call those people cowards. We will see how these two decide to play it. Okay. We have... Oh, there we go. There we go. That's what we like to see. The recons are moving out. Who's going to be the first to blink and go for a tank? Havitz the first to blink. mathblitz hates Sturm. He picked Sturm. Ooh, we have the recon first strike. Sturm versus Sturm. Ooh. mathblitz predicting that Havitz should be the first to blink. Goes to block the city rather than strike the infantry. Looks like it worked. Infantry's trapped here. Havitz, however, make sure to get that repair damage in. There we go. Wow. Okay. I mean, that somewhat makes up for it. I don't think I would normally base skip to build a recon. But Havitz felt shamed from being the first to blink with the tank. Ooh. The Sturm recon's winning the fight. So Havitz is really happy that the Sturm recon's fighting this other recon because that means it's not harassing any of these captures. I imagine this guy's gonna pester this infantry because it'll slow down the capture by a whole turn. Like so. Just one damage. Yeah, definitely. You could go Von Volt. I mean, Hawk's got a pretty decent matchup against Sturm as well. Okay. Recon moves back. Tank moves forward, looking good. It's very weird. mathblitz has very little vision. The recons are in the back. Especially in the mirror. I mean, the recons have very little to fear. I imagine both of these recons will slam in over here. Got nothing to fear. I mean, I guess this guy has something to fear. He's got 3 health at this point. Oh no! It's so hard to kill off the recons. Tank recon fails to get the kill. You hate to see it. Well, Havage is doing really well on this economy front here. Gonna have to, yeah, protect the artillery at all costs. Start moving some tanks forward. Looking good. Should really start investing in something a bit beefier than a tank. I'm not a huge tank or a huge fan of just regular tanks in Sturm mirrors. I mean, they're okay. But they do get pretty heavily affected by that firepower decrease. Ooh, there we go. Mathblitz with the rocket. Classic Sturm move. A big old death ball over here. Usually this is not the kind of practice you want to go with in a Sturm mirror, but the powers aren't really on the table yet, so it should be fine. We have a rocket for Havage as well. The recon went down. That's not supposed to happen. It goes for the interrupt over here. Infantry walks forward. They completely interrupt. Anti-air decides to risk its life moving forward. Very daring. Oh, but it does result in a breakthrough to tag the artillery. Okay. I don't think that's really worth it. The anti-air is pretty important for dealing with the copters. You have a mathblitz copter, but Havage doesn't actually build a copter, so there's not really any punish to the anti-air. It's just so funny. Tank plus recon fails to kill infantry on planes. Very good vision. Tank survives, of course. Comes the rocket. Ooh, Mathblitz is gonna get the other comm tower. We do have an anti-air built. Do we have a copter? We do have a copter built. Okay. I mean, mega tanks are really strong. We take a little bit of saving up. But you can do that. You can go neo tanks. Recon. The Mathblitz should be a little bit careful here. These little groups are getting very squishable in size. Although Havage is also going to need to start getting really careful for a similar reason. Yeah, teching up is really strong. It also helps you when you're trying to build or like use magnets and stuff. Okay. Breakthrough over here for a bit. That recon. interrupt the capture. Just kind of scoot forward. All right. I mean, mathblitz currently has a regular 100% firepower. Okay. Both players are definitely focusing a lot of their units together in one spot, which I would not normally recommend, both as playing as Sturm and against Sturm. Because Sturm's one of Sturm's strongest features is that his units are just so fast. Yeah, I mean, this looks very bad for you down here. Okay, that looks pretty good for mathblitz. I assume that this is a magnet. Unable. Double tank, huh? Can't kill an infantry. You hate to see it. It was a 90% roll. Wow. All right, mathblitz is getting this city, and it looks like this one as well, which is really good. I guess they kill that. Whoa, no fear. Recon stands strong. It's a bit of an overextension over here, but it looks like it's just barely out of reinforcement range, so it should be okay. Meteor strike, I assume hits here. Bam. Definitely looks like it was a magnet that have it set up purposely. Look at that. Look how much damage mathblitz does there. 9-5. Okay, looks like this is another magnet setup. An impressive one if it only takes 2 medium tanks. Surely it hits here, right? This is a medium tank with these two combined. And then 15,000, 16,000, yeah, 16,000, 17,000. Definitely hits. I mean, I guess these are injured. Maybe it doesn't hit. Here? I'll be surprised if it just hits there. Oh, I guess it does. Okay. Well done on that magnet by mathblitz. That's a Go7 patented magnet. It's the medium tank. Both on a city. Or one on the city, one on the base. Except I usually do that against Rachel. Okay. Looks like the comm tower is going to be captured. Habits can't kill stuff, as we've been noticing. This comm tower is definitely under threat. It'd be better to save for the super? I mean, you can. I would say, I mean, the super is pretty good in the mirror. The normal power is really good in the mirror if you get a lot out of the stat boost. Yeah. And Sturm really likes his stat boost. Like, most people like their stat boost, but Sturm really likes his stat boost. Just because defense gets even better the larger it gets, and then just a little bit of firepower. I mean, Javier can be pretty decent against Von Bolt. I mean, Von Bolt's better if you're just talking about stats with one comm tower. He has 120, 110 instead of 110, 110. But there'll definitely be turns where Javier's really, really strong. Okay, Havitz is getting pushed back pretty severely here. And it kind of looks like mathblitz can just start capturing HQ and a bunch of cities. It's always a little dangerous to go all in on the HQ, but I mean, that is a pretty sturdy wall for sure. It falls back over here. I mean, this does kind of look GG-ish. This recon can reach. Medium tank can't reach. Let's see. Break through there. And it's kind of like, I mean, Havitz does have double comm tower. Oh. So sad. Surely you use the full health, not the 9. Did you need both full health to kill the 9 health recon? No, wait a second. Why did this guy hit the 2 health recon? It could have hit the 9 health recon. You did not need. I have no mercy for you. I mean, I don't know if you would have been able to come back from that, but you definitely could have held on to the HQ for at least one turn. The follow-up turn would have been absolutely brutal. mathblitz, not just capturing the HQ and ending it, goes for as many kills as possible. Wow. Watch him step off the HQ in disrespect. Okay, captured it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I think the attack in here, well, you probably would have been able to stabilize here. I don't know how well. I mean, the attack up here wouldn't have been. Being down 6k income hurts a lot. For sure. GG. The medium tank just didn't quite show up in time to save the day. We got to see some rockets show off. Only for mathblitz's anger alone was it worth it. you do get very lucky with Sonya. Your Sonya does not have bad luck. All right, Kantbei versus Poland on Lucifer. Jake versus Adder. We're moving on out. It looks like we're going to go for the Recon opener from Kantbei, which is a pretty classic opener. It kind of forces... well, it lets this hit go through. You can either let it happen, or you can double base give for a tank in Poland's situation. It looks like Poland's just going to let this happen. And then have the tank on the following turn. Kantbei did not go for the double recon opener though. It's a single one. This is a very classic map. You'll get to experience a lot of games. Oh, it is the double recon opener, but it's delayed. A delayed recon by 1 turn in order to get the airport faster, I guess. Well, delayed recons are usually a lot worse. As you can see, now there's a tank involved. We have the tank over here from Kantbei. This recon does get a nice interrupt over here, though. Infantry, okay. Kantbei very casually makes sure to get the comm tower after the attack, but it doesn't matter. You always lose on Lucifer, it's rough. Yeah, I think if this recon buy was a turn earlier, it would have been able to protect this capture, or at least harass the infantry that could threaten the capture. Instead, it's just kind of a little sad. Ooh, another interrupt. No self-preservation for this recon. Goodbye. We'll delay this capture for quite a while. As well, of course, delay the harbor. Kantbei unable to stop this corner city from being captured. We do have the artillery start coming out. Those are very good on this map. You can see how much of a choke point this is with the mountain range. Poland really extending past this mountain range to go for this city, which I think Kantbei can punish. But we'll see if these tanks can get involved in a way that justifies this outreach by Poland. Not sure why this infantry just stepped to here. Usually you want to step at least to, like, onto this forest so that your opponent's not striking you from a forest, but maybe Kantbei's got some sort of calculation where this guy actually is like a minimum 7 or something, so it does die even on the forest. Oh, the anti-air is covering. Oh, okay. That was quite the roll. break through here and have this tank. These tanks do get involved. Kantbei was not able to shut them out. I'm surprised that tank survived. Oh, it's a 6. Okay. So the double copter out here for Poland. Always really nice. The recon gets another pretty good hit here. 1 tank strike. This tank doesn't get involved. Another tank strike. Artillery tries to come over here. Okay. Surprised we haven't seen any mechs kind of marching out from this base from Poland. It's usually a pretty strong maneuver, and especially his adder, the extra movement on them is good. Oh, it's a little dangerous. I guess it's not suiting. There's a tank covering. So even if Kantbei gets the super, it's not the biggest deal. Copter hit. Or poor artillery. I don't think that's really worth it because it can just go sit on the city, and then this tank can come in and hit, and then this infantry can come up and lock in this tank. I guess it's probably tank plus anti-air goes after the tank. I guess we'll see. Exactly what happens. Okay. Then every turn here, both players get to be really irritated at staring at the board and having to deal with everything getting extra movement and artillery getting extra range. But Poland has managed to get an income lead. It's going to get this city as well. I suspect so. Yeah, this guy doesn't reach. With the super. It's going to be very good for Poland. Kantbei doesn't really have the infantry over here to capture these cities right now. Goes in for the hit on this artillery. Okay. Does give the Sidewinder. Gonna break through here. Hit an anti-air. Tank. Kill off the tank. We have like a really impressive breakthrough here. Kill off both artillery or something. Okay, we're hitting both anti-air. Okay. That tank. They hit the infantry so they can't go after the captures very effectively. I'm going to trust that Poland planned this out because at a glance it looks very daring for sure. Because even like this 4 health anti-air with Jake super from the plains is going to be pretty nasty. I guess we'll find out. Fire. Smack. Smack. This won't be too bad. Yeah, because it's not attacking from the plains. Doesn't get attacked from the plains, so the tank does live. Very weird for Kantbei to... This is actually really bad. This infantry should not take any damage. 9 health is just so much worse than 10 when going for captures. Okay. Well, this looks really hard to break through. This copter's serving as a really nice wall. I mean, I'm surprised this copter sacrifices itself here. Okay, so it does 4 damage. The anti-air even lives there. Okay, another hit on this poor tank. Beat up on by some infantry. Stop the recon. Okay. Wow. Infantry are really beating up on this poor tank. That lives at 1. These artillery have got some nice targets. Specifically just tanks to beat up. Come down, hit this guy. Blam blam. Lives at 1. There gets the kill there. Lost the tank. 9 health tank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, it couldn't make it here anyway. Ooh, Kantbei's barely going to be able to stop this capture. Playing on the edge doesn't finish it off. Okay, it looks like Kantbei might get the city. I mean, Poland could stop it with some powers. But it's definitely looked like Poland has overextended for sure. We'll see. We do have the copter killing off the artillery. The anti-air is really far away. Kantbei's not anywhere close to a super. You don't have to worry about that extra movement. And goes the poor anti-air. Okay. Poland definitely has a power in mind to stop this. I guess a super in mind to stop this capture. I feel like this is just going to end up costing Poland so many units. Maybe not. Maybe a lot of these guys do kind of get away with it. They just keep living at 1. Okay, well, Poland didn't get... I mean, Poland got hurt pretty bad, but like the copter's fine. Infantries are still around. I don't think this city is going to get captured though. Poland still has a 2k income lead. A little daring. For sure. These other copters will probably try and take that guy out. We do have this... Oh, it's just the normal power. That doesn't stop the capture. I guess it's just a threat to take the capture next turn. That's still really weird to me. Start to go for that capture. Feels very over-aggressive on Poland's part. Okay. I guess the idea is that these copters will have to like expose themselves to getting beat up by other copters in order to get revenge. Yeah, this tank is definitely going to come over here. Okay. Kantbei's thinking about what to do. That's what's happening when there's all these like backwards moves. When there's a board to engage. Okay, we have our copter first strike. The anti-air is really scared for some reason. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should at least be here, in my eyes. Probably further. It should at least be able to move onto this forest. Like it's totally fine now. Okay, another side slip. I guess very good job on Kantbei's part to stop the side slip from reaching. The piece artillery did a good job. Lots and lots of infantry fights. Again, it seems very extended, but in this case, all the tanks involved have actually been taken out, so now Poland can kind of get away with this a little bit better, I think. With the block rock. Fortunately for Poland, that does not increase the movement of copters, so no worries there. I don't know why this 1 health infantry is killing itself. Okay, down goes that copter. Capture is surprisingly close to finishing. A bunch of tanks. Looks good. And this anti-air is going to get bopped. I don't know if block rock was really that good. I didn't see anything that really wowed me. The other anti-air got bopped, okay. I'm surprised that Poland attacked here with this tank. That seems... it's just gonna die. Okay. Am I finally holding the line over here, maybe? Okay. Trades 1 health copter for 1 health infantry. Kantbei's got a very nice unit count advantage now. We'll see if that's something that can hold turn. Doesn't quite look like it. Poland's able to pick off quite a few things there. Poland can almost get this city. Been trying for so long. Oh, Kantbei's forcing a fight over here now. What? I guess it's okay. This guy can do this. I would have used the anti-air for sure. I guess the tank. What? No. Anti-air kills infantry. Infantry kills infantry. 7 health infantry hits the city. Not 5 health anti-air. And then you don't move this guy away because you want him to still be able to step over. I'm not quite sure what went on here. really don't want to lose a 5 health anti-air. Get the side slip. The copter first strike. Ooh, nice kill. Ooh, okay, so this is held pretty well. The city is going to get captured unless Kantbei can somehow get his super. There's that copter. Doesn't look good for the anti-air though. The artillery coming over here is very good. Very, very good on Poland to get the city. It looks like we might even get the city too. But after the tank, letting the anti-air be. We'll probably have a block rock here. It would be really nice, although I don't know where Kantbei is getting his first 9k to do it. Okay, well, I'm gonna assume he's not going for the block rock, because otherwise that would be the tank that hits this one. Is it just not possible? It might not be possible. The anti-air can hit like the 9 health tank on the forest. I guess it's not super needed. It's fine. Falling back a bit. This poor anti-air is super dead. Poland does indeed get this city from Kantbei. Very painful. Side slip, move forward. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. That tank. Down goes the anti-air almost. There goes that tank. The artillery still gets a really nice shot here. I'm not as convinced about Poland's turn on the left-hand side, but the turn on the right-hand side looked very nice. That tank lives at 1. Oh, it's a very brave infantry. Okay, base is holding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, I don't think Poland's able to get the normal power here, so probably Poland's so good at keeping these cities alive. I think we're gonna front switch away. Probably a good idea. Things are looking a little bit dire over here. Kantbei does resign. Being down 4k hurts a lot. It looks like this city would also... Well, it looks like Kantbei would be able to get the city. Tank can block here. It would be very painful. Maybe not. Depends on if Poland's able to get the normal power and have like the anti-air and the tank clear this out, and then this tank can come in and kill off this artillery. GG. Just build more empty. That was a very brutal game. See if I can get one more game in here. We're calling it a night. You can go back and watch Hypercube. Okay, we have Xaroo. It's Fox McCloud. Okay. On the Hope Forlorn, very classic map. Ooh. Fox McCloud going with a city skip. Go for these central chains faster, I imagine. Going for the double city skip. What is the double city skip all about? Don't know. We'll find out what this guy's up to. It's like Xaroo noticed the double city skip and is like, oh, I'll get a recon. Okay. Wow. This guy, I guess, is going for this city. It's going to cost a lot of early game money. Yeah, the recon kind of ruins those plans. We're going to go for this city now? Oh, okay. Going using this base to go for this city. All right. We go up here for this one instead. Sure. Still going to run into some problems with the recon. Harass there, can also harass over here. I guess this tank is going to be here in time. Deal with those ones. Whoa. What? Fox McCloud with the double base skip to build another tank? But this guy covers the only things that the recon can go after. So that's a mistake. This recon should definitely hit from this forest and tag this guy, because currently this guy's in charge of 3 captures. But this guy's just gonna do this one city. In all likelihood. So this is a mistake from Fox McCloud. You just keep capping, because you'll just get it next turn and have the tank hit the recon from the planes. You don't really need to be worried about like a counterattack or anything. Got our double tank going on over here. Fox McCloud with a little bit of an income edge for just one turn. Not really that much of one. It's like all of the triple central cities. I guess all 5 of these cities here, all uncaptured. So the city skips weren't quite what Fox McCloud would have liked. Some pretty serious build-up going on. They're getting built over here. It's going to have there's a nice spot to guard the city from way back here, or you can also perch here later on. Alright, so we got our copter built from Fox McCloud. I assume we're going to have a copter built from Xaroo, seeing as Eagle. We got a big old infantry attack over here. Looking pretty nice. And the city got captured, so we do have an income lead for Xaroo. There we go, we have our copter. So both of these COs, Olaf and Eagle, really like units building up because their supers work very effectively with them. I would say Eagle definitely benefits more than Olaf does. Very nice attack here. Lots of infantry busting through, stopping both of these. Well, stopping this capture and this negative, right? Which is why all fighting. With the copter going to the secret copter spot. Yeah. Anti-air just can't reach. We're gonna have a big old attack here. Lots of first strikes available. So that was a very good turn for Xaroo. And Fox McCloud's going to be a little sad here. Kind of has to fall back. Try and find some safety. The bases, if you kind of stay and attack, just the sheer number of other tanks are going to make him really sad. As Fox McCloud's about to find out. Unless you had like a super you could pop, like a Winter Fury. The birds also agree. Ooh, I'm surprised I went after the artillery rather than the city, because that will be another capture for Disobeyed. I mean, 4 bars is kind of getting into the range where you have to be worried about a lightning strike. Don't know if that's going to happen, because it would take some sort of sacrificial attacks, although that's a sacrificial attack right now. If you're ever going for these kind of sacrificial attacks to get your lightning strike, you do need to make sure that you actually reach it. It doesn't look like Disobeyed is going to actually reach it, so suddenly this just looks very awkward to have attacked in that order. So we are going to have a Winter Fury before the Lightning Strike, which is how it usually goes. If you get Lightning Strike before Winter Fury, you're usually really, really happy. Extreme chirping, yeah. Birdie bedtime, or almost birdie bedtime. Okay. Taking on the poor Neo tank. Artillery goes down. The tank's got plenty of targets. Not sure why this anti-air was way up here in this corner. Tank plus Neo tank plus infantry. Kill that off. The rocket's gonna kill off the Neo tank though. Unless there's a lightning strike here. I'm gonna assume there isn't going to be a lightning strike because this anti-air didn't move to here, which would allow it to then kill off a copter. Good, we're just gonna wait snow to end. Then use Neo tank. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This Neo tank is just one tile too far forward for its own good. It's very hard to see it just at a glance, but yeah, the Neo tank in 2 turns, which is 1 turn for Eagle, can go in here and do a nice first strike, probably with some copter help. This is going to be a pretty good lightning strike. I think the rockets gets bopped for sure. We'll see whether or not... Well, probably the anti-air will just deal with this. Capturing infantry. Fly rocket. Tank for a strike. The infantry. Copter flies over here, so infantry get beat up. Tanks go back to heal, sure. Oh, they're getting at the opposing tank range. That wasn't quite enough to give a Winter Fury to Fox McCloud, but it's definitely very painful. Tank, artillery, infantry, looking good. That has to fall back here. The Winter Fury, I mean, it is every turn it is going to get more impactful, but with a 3k income lead, Xaroo should be just getting stronger the more the game kind of stalls out. Although there hasn't been any more copters being built, which is really weird for Vigil. What? Xaroo does not build anything? Well, if Xaroo just stops building, then Fox McCloud will be really good. 45k in the bank. Okay, we do build stuff. Somehow with 45k in the bank, unable to get a copter. Eagle does have stronger copters. I'll just point that out. Look at that. They got plus 15% attack and plus 10% defense. They've got that really weird plus 15%. Well, looks like Fox McCloud might actually be able to get this city, which is shocking to me. I would have thought the Xaroo would be able to defend it. What? Out of respect for Xaroo having a pretty empty turn, looks like Fox McCloud has one right before going for a city cap. Okay. Isis stealth. Checks out. Ooh, we did have a copter this turn. I assume we're going to see a fighter. A little bit of an attack in here. Fox McCloud just kind of takes that city. Okay. Stealth moves forward. We do have the Winter Fury. Attack in here. Get the poor Neo tank a bit. It wasn't. It's not great. I mean, it's not great when you Winter Fury and you only get like half of a lightning strike. But it is what it is. Out as well. I imagine we'll see a lightning strike. Never mind. Or the Neo tank wasn't able to hit the other Neo tank. No lightning strike. At least not this turn. Bop. 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 That was a good attack. Stealth B. Inching its way forward. Fighters get a lot of range on Lightning Strike turn. To here in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Technically covers all these units. This is a pretty good follow-up turn to the Winter Fury. Although this is still in range of like this artillery. This is a very happy artillery. It gets to fire on this and this. This one gets to fire over here. A lot of units over here. We'll see what they end up with. Got just medium tank chain coming this direction. Sure. Fox McCloud actually got an income lead somehow. Don't know. This is a bad attack. The artillery is going to shoot that next turn. This guy should go do something else. Okay. Lightning strike. Or medium tank. Neo tank. Sure. I guess the artillery is going to go do something else, which is fine. Let's move forward. That did give a whole Winter Fury to Fox McCloud. Both cities got canceled. Income lead is looking pretty decent. None of those attacks give charge. Xaroo, and then we have Winter. Really, Winter Fury should have been at that. Why is there no Winter Fury? What? I was gonna say Winter Fury should have been at the start of that turn. Well, there goes the stealth. There's really no excuse to losing that stealth. It didn't have to go, like, Winter Fury would make this a snowy fighter, and then the stealth wouldn't have had to gone in the fighter's range. Oh, I guess the Neo tank got trapped on the stealth. Okay, still no Winter Fury. Maybe Fox McCloud hasn't noticed that charge is all the way full. The medium tank chain charging forward, doing its job. Ooh, okay, the fighter has made its way all the way onto this airport. So now Xaroo can just start popping out stealths to win the game until a missile gets built and comes over to deal with the fighter. But now we have the Winter Fury. Three turns too late. Yeah, the Neo tank got trapped on this still. Okay. Xaroo cannot currently afford a stealth, but should definitely save up to start building them. Cities are going to flip next turn, which is really good news. Now the income will be back to effectively even. Is there an uncaptured city? How do they have 24 to 23? All the cities are captured, right? Is this just lying to me? Oh, no, that's right. There's an odd one. That's this one. Yeah, that's right. This one doesn't have a mirror. It's right in the center. Disobeyed. Not have enough money yet to buy a stealth. Gonna let this go. It's fine. Really just scrap this one tank or something. Scrap this tank probably. Start building stealths. That will be just over. Not sure what's going on over here. Be patiently waiting for the fighter to run out of fuel. Bomb tower starts getting captured. No tank strike. Nice heavy tank attacks. Sadly, this is going to go right into the lightning strike. Rest in peace, heavy tanks. Tower is interrupted. Might be the final lightning strike. Like double artillery here to kill off this guy. Oh, probably not kill him off. A lot. Oh, triple artillery, that'll do it. Not almost quadruple. Probably should have. Actually, never mind. I was gonna say you could fly your fighter off and then fly it back on. Ooh, what you could have done is fly the fighter off, have the APC come over and refuel it, and then fly the fighter back onto the airport. That would have been really good. Does take triple. Does get the kill. I had to spare this infantry its life. Join cap. Again, Winter Fury first, please. Are allowed to that? Okay. Well, at least Winter Fury hit. And the Fox McCloud resigned. I think it's a fair resign. I don't know how they're going to be able to hold these cities. That was a weird one. Both players kind of skipped a turn. Fox McCloud definitely had some troubles with the super. Xaroo refused to buy a stealth. GG. Yep, both players, both the COs loved the units building up like that. I hope everyone enjoyed. The apple. I believe I'll be back tomorrow with some 1v1s, so you can fight me should you wish. There's of course a Patreon if you'd like support the stream. And I hope everyone has a good night. Thanks for watching.
It's Go7, king of the penguins. Of all the penguins, he is king. It's Go7, king of the penguins. Being king of the penguins, that's his thing.